Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. This song has gotten even more incredible thanks to Endwalker. Jeez. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome Tag, hi Wayne. With that said, and Cecil, good to see yous. Welcome Flan. We're gonna kill some chaos. No, sadly, wrong game. Well, we're gonna probably fight chaos-ish, sort of. So we're up to level 88 of the MSQ. We just finished Elpis, the 5th zone. That was emotional. Wow. Thou must live, die, and know. Unmute the game. Alright, we just got back from Elpis. So we went to the past pretty much. We went all the way back to the time of the ancients. And we saw the beginning of everything, the beginning of what becomes the final days. We befriended people in the past. And we met Hyland before she became Hyland. It was huge. What am I gonna do? Set up my glamours, that's what I want to do. Don't know if we'll have a dungeon or anything today, but I'll set up my glamours just in case. Yeah, so we just got back and we need to talk to our friends about what we saw so we can decide where to go from here. We need to talk to Hyland now that we know the truth of everything. Go to Charlayan. Oh, Elpis was amazing. Hey Lauren, welcome. A jaunt from the past. I may never recover. Yeah, oh my god, it was amazing. We made friends. We befriended Hythlodaeus. We befriended Emmett Selk. And they both had their memories overwritten, so they forgot about us. Both of them have returned to the ethereal sea now, so they're both dead. So I don't know if people have consciousness in the sea. If they do, though, then they've regained those memories. And we made friends with Vanar, who becomes Hyland. And she does remember what happened, so she's been doing this huge, long game. Well, not really a game, a long plan to set up to fight the final days. All 3 time zones on display? Yes. Yeah, that's in... UI? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, UI settings, HUD, and then clock type. You can tick the ones you want to have on or off. That's cool. Yeah, so I've got all 3 showing since server time is so different from my time. Oh, what do we even go over? Yeah, we found out why Vanar sundered us. Because people were refusing to accept the suffering and such in life. They just wanted to go back to the way things were, which was just going to birth more catastrophes like Meteon and the Matea. So she sundered us so that we could never go back to paradise, which was not actually a paradise at all. So that we could come up with our own answers for what is life about. Very long game. Yeah, actually I didn't think about that. Yeah, she has been trying to make sure the timelines converge, yeah. Interesting. She's our crystal mum, and she's been looking over us all this time. Oh, that scene where we saw Hythlodaeus say goodbye to Emmett Selk. Oh, that one broke my heart. I'm tearing up just thinking about it. We met Hermes, who becomes Fendaniel. He was suffering from depression. He was in a society that did not recognize mental health issues. He was partly responsible for all this, but so is their society as a whole. That he had zero support. He did do horrible things, though. That doesn't excuse them. He created the Meteons, bird girls, who are empaths. They're based all around emotional energy instead of aether. And he created them to send them off to the stars to talk to other civilizations. Yeah, because Shadowbringers took us. It made us not sure about Hydaelyn, if we should trust her, and now we're now we know. Yeah, she's like the most trustworthy of all. Yeah, so he created all these young empaths, sent them off to the stars to ask other civilizations about the meaning of life, and nothing but suffering is out there. Everyone's dead or dying and despairing and suffering, and so. And they're all the Matea are all just really immature. They're like, you basically send off children alone to the stars. And they have a collective consciousness, so they all gathered despair and hopelessness. And yeah. And that they came to the conclusion that the meaning of life is there is none. That the only way to escape suffering is to die, so she wants to kill us all. So they're all like way on the other side of the galaxy, and they're the ones responsible for the final days. They're trying to... They think they're freeing us. Yeah, and they're just sending like emotional power. Not sure what you would call it. They're using the Dynamis emotional energy. And it's a galaxy-wide thing. Who knows how many other civilizations were still alive but have been destroyed by that. So there's no running from this problem. We were shielded from it by Zodiac. He made like an aether shield around our planet. But Zodiac's gone now. We lost our shield. We can't run. We have to figure out how we're going to deal with it. Yeah, it's so sad when... that moment when we demand that she finish her report and Meteon kind of gives her last words before she rejoins the collective consciousness. So sad. There's a lot to unpack and process from what happened in Elpis and from what we've learned now. Rewatching lots of cutscenes. Yeah, and Hydaelyn says she ferried Menphilia's soul to the source, the source ethereal sea, which is the afterlife pretty much, and she ferried another who may yet have a part to play if we will it. I'm hoping that's Emet-Selch. I don't know what kind of part he could play though. He's dead. We killed him. I mean, maybe he could be. He even if he gets reborn now, he's gonna be a little baby with no memories. So I don't know how that's gonna go. Need to see though. Yeah, she had to make a moon space station anyway. I was wondering about that, even though she knew we couldn't run. So the real plan must be to use the moon spaceship to go to the other side of the galaxy, to go track down the Matea. That must be the real plan. That's what I think anyway. Yes, we learned a lot. We just got back. We need to talk to our friends about what we found. But looks like stuff is happening, so we might need to put that off for a bit. We need to talk to Hydaelyn now as well. Now we know the truth. Yeah, she said once we fully understand what's at stake, and once we fully understand the battle we're having, yeah, we need to seek her out now. The Taru. You have a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. As the heavens burn. Though you and Kryl both have news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Mm-hmm. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizé and Alphino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Lucas Amonis is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estidian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succour to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Ishtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fulchanol to the people of Razet-Han. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I did Sorrow of Werlet. I really enjoyed those trials. Just death, a minor inconvenience. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Harnish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estidian and Graha travelled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with. And now? The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Falchino. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Melchan. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd better start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. At all. Be more G-Warrior. Yeah, I love the G-Warrior. That was so cool. Gonna need at least 3 to explain everything. Write everything down and hand out the papers. I'll be sure to let Thancred and Ishtola know you're back. At least they're still responding to their link pearls. It pains me to send you off alone into unknown peril after you've only just returned, but 12 willing, you won't be alone for long. Oh boy. How bad is this gonna be? Oh, yep, it's pretty bad. Oh no, she's glowing. Just see who else I can talk to before we get started. Don't see anyone else important around. Any new dialogue? We all knew the Telophoroi were a threat to mankind, but to the star itself, clearly we've underestimated what they were capable of. Nah, they... well, it's hard to explain. When I first heard the Telophoroi were plotting to bring about the final days, I had no idea what that meant. Until now, that is. Melchan, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we'll discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart? Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yeah, now it's even worse. Oh no. Be nice if time in the first slow down again, yeah. Spend some time there thinking. Also, I made Nero a Shiva barding, and it's very cute. I love his little crown. Oh. Let's go. Earlier on the Magna Glacies. Oh, the Yojimbo barding's really good. There's so many good bardings. Oh.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not the same. We fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh, we're playing as Alphino. Nice. I really like Sage. I play Sage a fair bit. Oh, Alfie.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Diagnosis. Prognosis. Livy, your diagnosis. Dosis. Livy, your dosis. He's got his own little family versions of spells. Hello.
Leave it to me.
I guess you want to heal, bloody Dragoon. Oh, never mind. He's leaving. Oh no! Don't transform. Oh, they're being overwhelmed by fear. Alphino, do what you can.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Everyone's turning. All is lost.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Yo! They've won. Justinian doing big cool spell effects.
You're safe now.
Our allies will see you to safety.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Yes, Dad. Don't stand in that, Estinian. There we go. Good job. Good boy. I love the Sage sound effects. These cool techno bubble noises. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough. Oh boy. Alright. I'll try. Spam that heal button. Just started to get the hang of those things. It's a lot of damage. You okay, Stinian? He's fine. Urgh. Nice.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Ah.
No, 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 no. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Hey! Euless!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
No, I'm still tempered. Blah!
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later.
For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Yay!
Of that I've no doubt.
First Legion marches again, yep. And with a much better commander this time.
Gods, of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Not good enough.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
You know
To be
who?
devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
Yes, she hates
Now,
those.
let's go!
I hate those too. Alizé! Now, Fortuno. We've lost too many already. Graha, with me. Crimson Savior. Yeah, now Fortuno sees firsthand what we've been up to. And why we kick butt. And he's like, whoa, okay, they're actually pretty good. Oh, that's such a cool AoE. I want that. Can I have that? Is there no way to break the chain of transformations? So many. Of course, she has a limit break button. Of course she does. Yeah. Aha! Good job, cat lad. Watch out, Alizé. This one is not like the rest. Boom! Don't know what that is. Gonna move over here. See if I care. I won't back down. I love Alizé. Towers. Doing mechanics with NPCs is still just a fun novelty.
I'm not done yet.
Can I do a limit break yet? Not yet.
Nothing to worry about.
Oh. Bomb rocks.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
That's probably fine. Nothing to worry about.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Yes, limit gauge. Gotta finish my cool combo first. Limit break, limit break, limit break. Laser beam. Ah, that's cool. Oh yeah, I forgot he used a bow way back in Realm Reborn.
Not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
This is the part from the trailer. Yup. Oh, except it's Graha who jumps in instead.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Hi. It's me. Saunter in like a badass. Yeah, oh, that's so cool. I'm back. You've done well in my absence. This is precisely why you should never skip your your squats. Don't skip the squats. They're very important.
I can look after myself.
Everything's in order, I trust.
I guess.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Blasphemies. Why do we hear boss music?
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Aww. Oh, he swapped. He's gone deeps. Hi! I have 3 charges of charge now. I can charge forever.
Just the beginning.
Ah, he does stay tank if you're not tank. Oh, that's cool. Hi, eyeball.
I had a feeling I'd find you here.
Stinian.
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Eolus will see the refugees to safety. We must keep the beasts at bay. Duh. Ah. Explodey orbs. Ooh. Got to protect Alfie, sure. Gosh, I love this music. The Endwalker soundtrack is fantastic. Grr. Ooh, your main tank. Cool. What's True Icebreaker? I haven't heard of that one.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Yes.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
Sorry, I got other plans for the moon.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Uh-oh.
More of them.
Oh, there you are.
Xenos! Here!
I was wondering where you went.
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
I'll just kill you now before you start more shit.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else, because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Yes, tell him. Oh yeah, Alizé.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
You had an opportunity to stop being a douchebag. You're still going to be a little bit of a douchebag.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
I really like Eulus.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Yeah. Destroyed him. Now, what was that weapon? True icebreaker. Just wanted to see what that looked like. Let's say smithing, probably. Maybe it's from a vendor. Ah well. But the final days should manifest here too. After everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time, I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realised the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. Aww. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. This is the contingent's base of operations, I take it. Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the First, there is one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Lona and Becklug both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments. Identical, in fact. But their advice is duly noted. It's almost like you overexert yourself all the time. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the First showed up. Ah, it's from Shiva EX. Ah, okay. Thank you. To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. We still need to quiz you about your time on the First, if we ever get more than a moment's respite. Outside help. Lucia is taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno.
Dead.
You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
There's nothing out there but pain and despair.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I do not swear.
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
First time for everything.
Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
I love the little ear animations. Very cute. Uh-oh.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Oh no.
Um,
We've opened the floodgates. that thunder. Perfectly timed.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Nearly spit out drink everywhere.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Thank you. Well, they know how to build spaceships, so they might actually be able to help.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Yes.
Forgive me, but are they...
Hello, Cleo. Cat alarm went off, so she's waiting for food. I must finish this cutscene, though.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
That's so cute.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
That's all well and good, but please put on some warmer clothes.
'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Aww. Good to haveth you back. May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights. Good to haveth you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Still dreaming of pudding.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you report the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Love it. Oh, and we're here. We are here. Give her the pudding. That was heavy. How about some goofy rabbits? Yeah. Living Way and Mapping Way explicitly are voiced by the same actor. Ah, that's cool. Alright, I'm gonna go feed Cleo. Cleo! Come back, sweetie. Cleo! Gave up. Cleo! Cleo! He's sulking because I ignored her. I was watching a cutscene. Alright, I'm gonna go feed her. And I should be back in about 10 minutes. And just turn on the idling camera. I'll let you listen to the lovely Charlayan music. I love the vibe here in Charlayan. Alright, I shall be back. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Alright, we're back in Charlayan. And the Forum are actually going to tell us all about their plans. Thanks, tag. Playable Namazu. Playable Loporits. Ah, those would both be so great. Ah, I'd love those choices. I dare say Master Fortuner was as nonplussed as we were to learn the identity of Heideland's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures, ere we are summoned to the rostra. Hey Blazing, welcome! We just got back from Garlemald, where the final days have started in Garlemald. We had to go save a bunch of refugees. Now we're back in Charlayan, where the Loporits came from the moon. They wanted to come see what was going on. Why aren't you on the moon yet? And so they're meeting with the Forum now. And we've been invited to come meet with the Forum too. Yeah, the First Legion marches again. On your side now. Yeah, that was great. Oh yeah, I've got some hunts to unlock here. Give me hunts. That specimen came from the moon! North Fota is looking decidedly smug. Good to see you, Melchan. I've heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone else. That's why I feel confident recommending you for associate level hunts. The challenges you face from here on out will be significantly tougher to contend with, but I wager you can handle them. You have yet to give me reason to believe otherwise. Associate specimens are not only more threatening, but also more difficult to track down. You'll have to seek them out in the world's most inaccessible and inhospitable reaches, like bloody Garlemald. Gods, I hate that place. Now, if Ilsebide's unfriendly north was our only problem, I'd simply remind you to strap on your furs and take some ale for the road. But, well, perhaps it's best if you ask Jay Lakshai what she's working on. There's nothing quite like hearing it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. No, I do think I'll leave this bit to Jay Lakshai. Don't worry, she won't bite. Yes, I heard from here. If Northota insists, I will tell you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Chrysiel, shall we? She's Charlayan's sole xenobiologist, a self-proclaimed one, mind you, and it's her raison d'etre to prove that life exists upon stars other than our own. The astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refuse any request she makes on principle, but alas, we have no such luxury. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite the obvious impossibility of acquiring them. Associate hunts often present such challenges, ones with no ready solution, though we gleaners pride ourselves on our resourcefulness. All we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I would be thankful if you'd take a look at the board and try your hand at any bills that suit you. The guildship has high hopes for your success. No pressure, of course. And that's why we get hunts on the moon. $89. Okay, need one more level to... Diabolos wings. A pair of Diabolos wings. Oh my god, I need that. That's cool. Did you know you can get Diabolos wings? That's cool. Actually, I do. I have a level 90, so... Oh. Wow. Rude. I'm not far enough in the MSQ, apparently. That's rude. Alright, fine. I'll get those later. Okay, to the Baldesian Annex. Oh, actually, I forgot to actually grab the hunts I just unlocked. Can you try them on? No, I don't think you can. I wanted to. Nah, you can't try them on. I'm assuming they're an accessory, like umbrellas and such. Not sure, though. Oh, there's an Aethernet shard right here. Grab a bunch of chairs and sit down. I got some news. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryle tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? I made friends with Emmett Selk, but then he forgot me. It was sad. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the Great Expanse. Meteion. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who had become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. However, nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Does she, though? Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? The Venat I know would never give up. No, but Meteion is still out there. The Venat I know would never give up, never surrender. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting. Yep. For mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvold and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Knock knock. Sorry to interrupt, but we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Can we use your Hydaelyn phone, please? I just need to make a quick call. Thanking Ultima. Yeah, she shielded us from Ultima. Saving the first, yeah. She's grown really weak, and she's trying to conserve what strength she has for when she needs it. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral calamity averted. In this timeline, at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetheris now. To think the Crystal Tower of the First. But he's surprised that it was able to send us to the past. Okay. After sending Graha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Amonis for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Anti-Tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. I want to hear those things. I love Matoya. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Heidelin using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Fandaniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Crystal Mum. Yeah, that Elidibus scene, that last conversation with him. Oh, I rewatched that, made me cry. Direct call to the deity of our world. Yeah, I want to have tea with her too. Matoya's great. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The roster reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. That's fair. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the rostra. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacies didn't go unnoticed. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives. But it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death. Others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. 'Twas Heidelin's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loporrits were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteion, we would do well to heed their counsel. Alright, talk to everyone. We talk to our whole crew. Hello. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. Let me in. A scion of the 7th Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest, and the implements of war are expressly forbidden. I suggest you make your way inside. The forum takes a rather dim view of lateness. Oh, they're not in here. might grab that on Bard. Don't need a weapon to be the deadliest killing machine on this star, after all. I mean, I have a move that's all about punching. And then there's just the whole of monk class. Funny.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han.
I didn't know you could catch Susano's weapon as a non-tank. That sounds amazing. Catching it with a card as Astrologian. Oh, I gotta see that.
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
It's almost like we do good.
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan.
You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
In other words, no.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
We're good at solving problems.
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
Yes.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Yes, but no.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Wow, rude.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it. and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Okay, that's better. Also, have they tried asking Sid? Sid's kind of an amazing engineer.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote.
Yeah, they're trying to do all this by themselves, all
in
being
favor
secret.
of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Victory!
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Yeah, jerk.
Very well.
I note he did not raise his hand.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
I hope we get to just point Sid at this ship, send him in there, and he walks in and he's like, oh god, what are you doing? What is this mess? And he just starts ripping it all apart and rebuilding it. Almost like a whole host of their problems could have been solved by not being reclusive, conservative assholes. Yeah. Yep. Can see him deflating as his X-Pack progresses. Yep. Yeah, that trivia about Estinian's armor. Yeah, it comes from Ratatoska's horde. Was personally blessed by her. Yep. Yeah, that was in one of the Stormblood short stories, I think, on the website. Yeah, and he named the armor Iceheart. Yeah, he named it Iceheart. And he named the lance Nidhogg, because he feels like Nidhogg is a part of him forevermore. Sid sees ship and immediately starts screaming. That's what I'm hoping for. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimise potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Phew. I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. They must be desperate. I'm a little vexed we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I expect that in time they'll share that too with us. And with Master Matoya, if they've any sense. They do not. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. But from your account it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vinar knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. Perhaps if Midgard Sorma were still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. All day long, Estinian's thinking about dragons. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loperids. Uh-oh. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Uh-oh. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Yeah. Rest assured, I have every intention of honouring the Forum's decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As Father seems so eager to help, maybe we can have him educate us about the Aether Burner. Going underground. Fortunol's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. Very good. Yeah, Latoya loves Ishtola. He's dragon led now. Estinian is dragon led. I love that. Yeah, there's a really good side quest in Heavenswood where Matoya, we learn she keeps her memories of Ishtola separate and really dear, and I forget what the specifics of it were. But she made a familiar all about keeping those memories cherished. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archaon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Are we calling Sid yet? Oh, we're going to get access to this elevator now. Nice. She is an old lady and Ishtola is a cat. Yeah. Do they intend to carry everything in the Archaon to the moon? They said they'd start loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? It seems so long ago we first set foot here. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. Some would surely object to the Forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archaon. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loporrits did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. But it's pretty. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaean's lift. Step inside and have Ophiline take you to the medial circuit. Oh, we got a big crew of scions, haven't we? Hello. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes. I forgot how weird the music is here. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Agronomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Finally get to visit more of this zone. Aether current hunting. Yeah, I can get more currents once I'm done with this. I forgot to go unlock flight in Elpis. I have to remember to do that off stream. Frogs. God, I love how huge this place is. Hello. After all that waiting, the Gleaner delivered a counterfeit. I'm hoping to have them refund me and find the genuine article, but I worry that time is fast running out. A counterfeit what? He's still nowhere to be seen. That's probably fine. Oh, the minions will still sit on your shoulder. Oh. Oh, I have to try that. I want to see that. Just checking updated dialogue. Things have certainly taken a turn for the chaotic, haven't they? Not that it affects my work, really. For until Labyrinthos has seen its purpose fulfilled, we must keep it running. I've got no idea how a gleaner's supposed to make ends meet when the world's in a state like this. Wind up Nanamo was your minion for ages? Fair. Pretty good. Got the whole crew. I wonder what this place is actually for. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. Ah, that was his village. We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Sharlayan's greatest secrets are held, if the tomes I perused told the whole story. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to mine eye. Knowing the Forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. Almost missed Kryl. Oh, there you are. Having words with Master Folshino by any chance? Wind up Alpha. Good choice. Wind up Alpha is cute. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapour, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavoured to make the moon inhabitable... Inhabitable? That is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Down we go. Yeah, I love that you can randomly come across Alpha and OMG in the wild. Oh, it's so precious. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. We're here! The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's Burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. Yeah. The sooner we can get a look at this aether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. We? Why haven't we called Sid yet? I have no idea what makes Alphino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume. A not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. Please tell me we're almost there. Or is there another underground level we have to reach? The even more central circuit, perhaps? She's done with this shit. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlayan's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. This is it, the central circuit. The aether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kakol Dunkol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Aether currents to the north. I'll keep an eye out when we go back that way. Ooh. People. No, no. If we do that, there's a chance the mechanism won't function at all. We'd best rethink the design from scratch. eyes to be believed? Melchan and Gora? In the flesh? Why, I've read all about you in the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortom, but never did I dream this day would come. Someone pinch me. Aww. Cute. Splish. Just checking to make sure everything is of an acceptable quality. I make a point of rejecting anything that doesn't meet my standards on the spot. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Loporrits, given their familiarity with such technologies. I would hope. Is he talking to himself? Yeah, I do that too. He looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. I was expecting the Skysteel Manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. He hasn't even realised we're here. Or perhaps he has realised, but just doesn't care. This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
Hi. We have no idea what we're doing.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Jerk.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Ether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect.
I like this guy already.
According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporrits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Refined adamantite?
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Back to the Crystal Tower we go.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Oh, here we go. Send us in.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Yes. You want me to go and fetch the Watsits? White Raven's ghost, it haunts me. That sounds like a job for someone else. Want me to go and fetch the Watsits? The White Raven's ghost, it haunts me.
Heavens, are you alright? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
She's trying to talk me through trauma.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Oh, we have actual associates and acquaintances we work with.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us Heavensward.
Heavensward!
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether.
Like the Crystal Tower?
Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all.
Serena.
Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Primal explosion?
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
That was cool. Making some phone calls. Puckhole's a classic FF name, by the way. Ah, that's cool. Look what phone can do. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways, it was even more loosely organised than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse this call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Time and time again, it seems that Allagan something or other are either the cause of or the solution to our problems. To think, the self-same materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. Oh, I missed that. He mentioned firewood. gathering firewood, so to speak. May yet build a bonfire. Oh, that's great. That's such a good callback. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the seventh umbral calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis Soir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. Aww. First at Telophoroi, and now the final days. Heh, no one can accuse the Ilsabard contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't all so committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphinaud and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Though Bahamut is long gone, the internment hulks are far from safe. It could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Myricidian dragons, nor is there any danger the Elder Primal might be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there are still a fair few elegant creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friend's way. I only hope that grandfather watches over them. Just firewood. One of his grandest achievements so soon after the Crystal Braves fiasco. Yeah. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphinaud has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ulda.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan Make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way.
Yes.
Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
Ugh. We're supposed to be coming together to save the world.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, When we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Doing what you can to avoid getting poisoned again, yeah. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud. Ah, the Binding Coils music is so good.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
Too many healers.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Yes! Yes!
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Yes!
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh. Lisa's so good. Love that calling all the way back to when she was pretending to be Eda. Meanwhile, in Kurthus. Oh boy. Commander Lane.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Oh. Best boy. Dragons.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Hancock.
Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Sullivan!
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Ah! The Four Lords! Oh! Do you see that cutscene if you didn't do Four Lords? That's so cool. Sion's cool, the world answers, yes, everyone is here. Ah, that was awesome. No new dialogue, I don't think. Yeah. Alfie became the first person to at everyone and not get torn apart, yes. Several city-states are typing. Oh, I love that. No job too small. Alfie now is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. We finally get to call Sid. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Coco knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favour. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarise ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. We're still not calling Sid. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ha! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. He'll hear it eventually, yes. He'll show up and he'll be like, why the hell didn't you call me ages ago? I'll admit, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the Aether Burner performing any better. If you lot don't come up with the goods, we're buggered. I shall endeavour to provide Master Cockhole with whatever information he should require. Good cat. To the north. Love this music so much. Northwest. Current. Ooh. Scary. Is it hiding over here? Yeah, you sneaky little thing. Hello. Ooh. In order to protect the secrets of the central circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlayan society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Charlayan Hamlet. Yay, bureaucracy. What a quaint little settlement this is. A shame it is hidden underground. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as wave a sheaf of documents at me and I'll put my lance through it. Excellent. As surprised as I was to learn the Forum planned to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive me? In the shadow of yon corner? One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. Uh-oh. Is there a loporate? From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholark Montagne mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Oh, the second G warrior. The one in red and black. Nero made that. Ah, of course. Friggin' Nero. Of course he would make his own. Only so many times you can hear that piano slide. And yeah, I keep expecting it to go to the next part of the song too. Ether current? Yeah. Oh, suddenly rain. Master Fulchino is the head of Aporia, and it is for his beliefs I continue to labour so. Careful walking through this area, outsider. The Scartine are ever watchful of the goings-on here. One wrong move and it could mean your eyes. Ha! I jest. Oh dear, did you believe me? What's a Scartine? Ah yes, I remember you. You're with the students of Bardesian, aren't you not? How can I help you? Who, me? I'm a researcher at Aporia. The hamlet is where I hang my hat, so to speak. It has been my home since I joined in the construction of the Ark many moons ago. I've only seen the true sun a handful of times in the past few years, if you can believe that. This is Charlayan Hamlet, home to those who work in the Central Circuit. A great many of us, if not all of us, are engaged in projects of a highly classified nature. In order to maintain that level of secrecy, none here are allowed to leave Labyrinthos, unless you have permission to do so. It has been goodness knows how many years since I last left, myself. Considering the importance of my work, however, I am perfectly content right where I am. Just between the two of us, though, I do miss the ocean. Just a little. Ooh. Gardens. Helping with the Ark? Even with all the power Master Cockholes managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Sure. What if we change the plan, though? If the Aether Burner isn't up to snuff, we'll have to begin the exodus sooner than planned so we can make as many trips as possible. Might fail to meet the projected targets, too. If so, we'll be faced with some hard choices about what to leave behind. And who. Herbicidal tendencies. Oh. I'm cogitating great thoughts at the moment. Please do not interrupt me. Cogitating great thoughts. Alright, have fun with that. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Folchino and the others. Hard to get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? It's a race against time to prepare for the great exodus. But with everyone in such a rush, we're bound to make mistakes. One more person to talk to. Somewhere. Hello. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organise the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. A behatted rabbit, hey? Come to think of it, rabbits don't normally wear hats, do they? Or run on their back paws. Perhaps it was an escaped sample. Search for the rabbit. side quest called Wayward Carbuncle. Okay, thank you. Oh, found the crew. Living Way and oh yep, the whole gang is here. Also, did I talk to you? Don't think about those wretched tomatoes. No, you're doing it again. Stop. Hmm? Oh, forgive me. I was speaking to myself. Pay me no mind. Tomato problems, eh? Repeating it was late for an important date. They'll probably talk about pudding. It would appear the Loporrits have infiltrated Charlayan's most heavily guarded facility. How? I know not. They probably dug their way here. What joy to sample the delights of a Theris. How marvellous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Caratorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He's taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Arcod loaf. No! They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavour to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. Oh no! Bad timeline, bad timeline. Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mel-chan. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. And for, having those other Loporrits attack you. Terrible misunderstanding, that. Not to worry, though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little, on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. Hey, Commander Keen. Archon loaf. Yeah, it's a bread that this nation, Charlayan, has come up with that's like super nutritious and tastes horrible. Got ground up fish in it to maximise the nutritional value. Yep. Fancy meeting you here, Mel-chan. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive, considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is a Theris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do, until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? I guess. If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused. Don't you worry. Is that a threat? Wise guides. Try as he might, Urianger cannot free himself of the Loporrits. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestways Burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture? What a marvellous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes. The what's-it. I shall leave explanation to Mel-chan. Hurry on, Jay. Oh god. Hey Rastus, welcome. swear it was a dig at British cuisine. Very good. Hello. Aww. Cute. Mammoths, unlike those made of flesh and blood, can actually keep secrets, which is why we employ them here. Makes sense. Hey, Trident. The overly dramatic music. Yes! Yeah, the music is like, it's all like built up and powerful, and now we're just kind of showing these bunnies around while we wait for things to happen. The Loporit's technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. It would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction of and operation of advanced Charlayan... whatsits? Considering Singing Way and Growing Way specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I'm sure will be most informative. Yeah. My word, what magnificent architecture! Such immaculate curvature! I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me. Puddingway, our newly appointed Chief of Pudding Research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of Atheris's ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? Oh no. Goodness me! To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. What are we looking at? Oh, this thing. Yep, that's a gravitation machine. Splendid. The perfect spot from which to view this astonishing apparatus. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Ah, Easter eggs. Nice. Easter eggs, Easter eggs. Looking for Easter eggs. Step aside, mushroom thing. Adventurous ambystoma. Ah, cute! An ambystoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world. Somehow. Cute. Aww. Thanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. No, those are the Duff tanks. Duff Light, Duff Dry, and regular Duff. Oh god, it's so cute. I need to look at it again. It's these little guys now. Aww. I I think he was already pudding way, wasn't he? But he didn't actually know what pudding was. Tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Mushroom thing. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loporrits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aethera sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Girabania. Let's talk about Girabania, near waterfalls. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. To keep us from drying out completely. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporrits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlayan Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporrits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Oh. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way into thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction what's it? Oh, the exciting music is still playing. Oops. I feel like it does not match the tone here at all. Yeah, the little axolotl survived all this time. Aww. Perhaps you could tell the local beasties we're not nearly as delicious as we might appear? I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? The spot is purple. That's fine. Nothing will go wrong when I click it. Oh no! Rawr. Bam! Jerk. Leave my bunny friends alone. I say, that fiend had a mind to feast on roasted loperit. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's-it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Yeah, the loop is only like 30 seconds, yes. Here's our crew. That was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly were we planning to head back later? Good question. I hope you can teleport to your aetheryte. You've done well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. What? I couldn't help but notice a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. Bipedal tomato? Let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Killer tomatoes. The animated produce, they just kind of happen. On this occasion, 'twould behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or other useful documentation, should the Loporits request them. As the Forum's esteemed guests, 'tis unlikely that they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as I the changeable dispositions of Charlayan bureaucrats. Yeah. Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant than was name Garlemald. As a first impression of Atheris, it was far from favourable. Anyway, onwards and upwards. Quite literally, as is the case here. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely? No. Marvellous. Simply marvellous. So, this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Atheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. I should like to study this primitive yet nevertheless intriguing contraption a while longer, if I may. That the Charlayans were able to build something of this complexity with their limited knowledge and resources is most impressive. Agriculture shock. Cookingway is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least a change of what's it. Sometimes your dinner tries to kill you, you just have to deal with it. How ear-piercing the screams are. Oh. Yeah, I've been working on the Vanu Beast Tribe and they have that daily quest to collect Mandragoras. Oh, the noise they make. Oh. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Muriel Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Atheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. I feel like we should be taking him to the restaurant up on the surface, because they make actual good food. The cafe. It would appear I have inadvertently taken upon myself the more demanding duty, entertaining 3 inquisitive loporrits to thy 1. Yet be that as it may, 'twill be my pleasure to impart what little knowledge I possess to our would-be saviours. Yeah, this is the worst place possible to learn about food. Your favourite Vanu quest is giving cat drugs to kitten-bat cats to gather them up so they can be released to determine which direction a door will be built. I don't think I've gotten up to that one yet. That sounds amazing. Yeah, in folklore, Mandragora screams are lethal. Yeah, they... Oh. Oh, these are the tomatoes they're talking about. Stray tomatoes. This is a place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Cooking ways accompanying me. I suppose if they did put me in a pie, I could just eat my way out. Wait, they get quite hot inside, don't they? On second thought, let's stick to the plan for now. Hello, I have a bunny. Our gourds seem unfazed by the chaos occurring around us. If only we too could live our lives as peacefully as pumpkins. Hello, I have a bunny. I suppose the time may soon come to see if my research will prove fruitful on an entirely different star, perhaps even the moon. Moon. The Forum has commanded us to leave this place. As you can imagine, now is not the time for me to be answering idle questions, but if you insist. Going to answer them anyway. Look up at the roof of that building. I do see a sightseeing spot. Obviously, current circumstances make academic pursuits somewhat superfluous. I suppose I can't be blamed if my studies fall to the wayside somewhat. Coming up with excuses to not do your homework. Yeah, I haven't started collecting sightseeing spots in Endwalker yet. I've done all the previous X-Packs though. Well, if we must pursue life on another star, then so be it. We will find a way to endure, I'm certain. That being said, I intend to remain here and look after the seedlings. It's what I've lived for, and what I'll continue to live for. Aww. I'm gonna stay behind. I can't believe they mean for us to just abandon our work here. All of these plants will be left to wither. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species, doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? He doesn't seem to be bothered by talking to a bunny. I have an enormous list of seeds, saplings, and whatnot to take to the central circuit, but I suppose that means anything not on the list is to be left behind. What a waste. As Urianger informs me, the key to exquisite cuisine lies in selecting only the very best ingredients. Yelp. Everyone who's in a hurry to evacuate will have egg on their face. Yelp. Especially because we know that evacuating won't actually work. We know that the final days is everywhere in the universe. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Don't eat them all. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Grapes are the best. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. That's what Azam did, wasn't it? Meh. Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoad eyeballs. I'd brave an erupting volcano. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Grapes. You would fight Ifrit for good grapes? Yes. Grapes. Where are we going now? Ah. Ooh. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the colour? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is... bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavours, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvellous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Oranges. Gonna have some pumpkin. That colour, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blah! It's so hard and flavourless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favourite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is there anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Yellow. Lemons? What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavour to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Ugh! My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Yeah, just let's Cooking Way bite into the lemon. Good grief! I fear that lemon has irrevocably ruined my sense of taste. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamoured with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated. Haha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oh, bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. Ah, muffins. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilised so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemons in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum has agonised over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydeland sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loperids. We were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Back to the exciting music. So he's one of the forum's lunar collaborators. Not quite what I was expecting, but he seems a decent sort. I'm glad he enjoyed the lemon muffin too. Hopefully the next time he has one, he won't be compelled to wax poetic about the meaning of life and the immaculate carrot again. No promises. Yeah, we've come infinitely far from the world of the past. More bowl. That's true. That's some pretty good cooking. Man, I want some muffins now. This game's making me hungry. Hello. We're back. By Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success? Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about Rain making whatsits yet? Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it will be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Woof. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Yes. Oh. Limsala Minsa is home to the Culinarians Guild, and many less than savoury embellishments. The Far East has oodles of noodles. I do love noodles. I gotta go with the noodles. Good that I had time to visit. Oh, the more I've learned of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Let's flee directly to the source of the final days and stop it. Yeah, a whole guild of people who cook, but also noodles. Muffins. I wonder if this is how Pudding Way felt the first time Urianger made pudding. Though I'm not sure that actually was pudding, come to think of it. Something about it seemed a bit off. Sage Council. Oriange appears to be tallying the Loporrits in preparation for an imminent departure. Mochan, I trust thy time at Muriel Agronomics did bear fruit. You're not allowed to make dad jokes. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlayan Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Shortcut. That the good times troll. Yeah. Tell them about carrot cake. Oh my god, yeah, they would go wild for carrot cake. Why did I not ask Jebka how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. That was ever so delightful. And with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environs for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking in fur. Oh, no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? The Loporrits want for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. Sigh. Yes, Melchan, that was indeed me verbalising a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Atheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant, at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. Yes, there was a purple forest. Pretty. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Oh? Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Who's this? Thancred! Thancred! How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the Forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though, aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. "'Tis as good a place as any. Come." Yeah, probably why Hydeland didn't want them coming here. They'd fall in love with it. Banana bread. Bunnies actually love bananas. Ah, that's cool. You'd best go with them. I don't think Urianger misjudged him, but Growing Way does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any Loporrits in tears. Yeah, maybe. Not on purpose, anyway. Yes. A little privacy, please. Oh, sorry. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlayan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether Burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha! Gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one big great cosmos rather than separate places... I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporrits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught would like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Atheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Melchan, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succour. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporrit. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporrit, and every Loporrit in their place. Thank heavens I asked you. Yes, precisely. However, it would also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure. The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many in Charlet and Hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray, bring them hither. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It will only make the work go that much the slower. This woman appears to be coping well. Okay. All we can do is keep at it. "56 bunches of weed in the ground, of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add it to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the..." I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. And oh so fuzzy. Aw. Hyperventilating engineer. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly... Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that will be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Yeah, understandable to be feeling the stress in the situation. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. Are you okay? This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. I can't stop now. I've got my second wind. Or my second wind. You, Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loporrits. Yeah. Did I drop it on the path? Did I leave it at home? Why in the 7 blasted hells can I never find things when I need them? My face? What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporrits in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Yeah, it's really unhealthy for them to be stuck down here. Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the Aether Burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea! I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. When plucked early, this particular cultivar's leaves are redolent with a scent that clears the mind and soothes the soul. Precisely what my hard-working colleagues need. Still need to find 4 more people. And I probably shouldn't stream for much longer because it's getting late and I need some food. Maybe I'll finish this quest and then finish up for the day. Ha! Blasted assistants! Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... The Loporrits are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Ugh. Yeah, things are not going well down here. Hello, what are you doing hiding back here? Just making sure everything is running as it should be. Things could fall apart very quickly if I don't keep a close eye on the equipment. Yeah. Have fun. Overworked and understaffed, yep. We need more Loporix down here. Apologies, but I am awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Seems this Gleaner is too busy to chat, for his benefit or otherwise. If it's urgent, you had best ask a different Gleaner. Is the view from here not simply breathtaking? If I did not know it to be a glamour, I would swear that sky was real. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I've asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what, made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. Norm, off he goes. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it helps a lot. Can't recommend it enough. This research already has the support she needs. Aww. It's a stressful time, of course, but having colleagues I can count on makes all the difference. Yeah, I love Maggie. She's great. Two more. This big red circle is pretty vague. Okay, I've been up there. Check more around the center now. Aha. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense plated as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. This Gleaner seems fine, if in need of a break. Ah, sitting. From the mightiest emperor to the lowliest peasant. Who doesn't enjoy a good sit? Nothing like a good sit. Aw. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologise. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. One more. Oh, that quote. The one about the sitting? From Mr. Burns? That's pretty good. I need one more. Aha. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Kyrusians, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Arr, we did it. Aw. Growing Way has been a godsend. I can look upon what we've built with clarity now. Mel-chan, he said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was all worth it after all, wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made. Because now, we can tell them what not to do. Aww. Behold, Mel-chan. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I pray that Living Way is joyed to see so many heartened souls when she doth return.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Oh, I forgot they mentioned Moonbreeder's parents all the way back when we first came to Charlayan. Yeah, and they're down here.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Aww.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
Aww.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better.
Oh, God. So sweet.
I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
Oh.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world and its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, that was so sweet. Urianger finally found his place. Oh. Yeah, I love what they've done with his character. They finally spending more time with him, having him grow. Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbreeder. Oh. I was so busy asking questions about Atheris that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? Good question. Goodness me, I've never felt like there was too little time before. There are so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I assure you that my fellow Loperites are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. Oh, they all singing. We spent so long gazing at this star, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be a part of their lives and know that we've made a difference, it's so much more than I ever dreamed. Oh. Classical Rugadan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would become a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my moon breeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure. And I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Aww. Ishikawa wrote several characters that were killed off for drama. Yeah, I think she created Horschiffant too, didn't she? Yeah, both of those characters were killed so early. Oh, Mo-chan. Be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Aww. Oh, would that be a good place to end for the day? We could all go have a cry. Yeah, alright, I think we'll leave it there for today. This is... I don't feel like a lot happened today, but it was a very calm before the storm kind of feeling though. Before everything just takes off. And yeah, oh, what a nice scene. Send off for Moonbreeder. Okay, who am I going to raid? Endwalker. Too many emotions. We've got Saku playing Super Metroid randomizer. Yeah, I'll send this to Saku. Yeah, thank you all for watching. Hopefully I can stream again soon. Continue Endwalker. I love the Loperites. They're so cute. They're so sweet. And I'll see you all next time. Thanks for watching. See ya.